started my application. We'll see how that goes. Anywho, thank you guys for being here very, very much. I think we should touch on the tragedy that happened over in DC last night. It does not look like there are any survivors. The current administration obviously is responsible for that because when you're in charge and tragedies happen on your watch, it is ultimately your responsibility. Firing members of the leadership of the Coast Guard, firing leaderships in the TSA, firing members of the Transportation Safety Board who are responsible to take care of those things. It is ultimately their fault. So there'll need to be a level of accountability there. Anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. As we mentioned, we'll be joined by some special guests today, and I see one has already arrived. So we'll bring up Jess, and we're going to get into some conversations about how you can get involved. Victoria will be joining us very shortly. So Jess, first of all, I want to thank you for being here.
Absolutely. I'm going to put my video on. Just give me a second. I was walking upstairs to my little area where I don't have animals in my face.
your little spot.
Yes.
So we're going to get into a whole bunch of things this morning. A couple of things that we'll sort of touch on. The reason that you wanted to run, all those kinds of things. I think most people on here know you. For those that don't, maybe you want to give a little introduction, and then we'll kind of just jump on in. Hi. You're muted.
Fix. Good.
There you go. Yep.
All right. Yeah. So Jess Anderson, I go by Jess, but I know I'm like overwhelmed this morning. There's so much going on every day. It's just like it's an onslaught. So obviously I'm running for office. I actually ran in 2023. Started on TikTok, I think with most people, like back in March of 2020 when we were bored and just trying to find something to bide our time as we were dealing with maybe family or children. For me, going through schooling online virtually, not being able to go to my job because I worked in the school system at the time. So just got online. Initially, it was for fun, was to pass the time. And then I started engaging with a lot of political content creators on this platform, really getting informed on what was going on. I had my daughter at the time who was, oh my gosh, like 15. She's now 20. That's crazy. But she was going through some personal things too that she was really opening up about, from opening up about being pansexual to kind of really deconstructing her, her Christianity and her, being a part of the Southern Baptist Church. She started really listening to a lot of incredibly left-leaning podcasters and online content creators on places like YouTube. And she kind of, got me hooked on listening to them and really deep diving this stuff. And then of course, January 6th happened. And so that was the day one that I made my first kind of political video where I said, hey, I know you're here for a good time. You watch me run, you watch me jump over things and screen parkour. You watch me do silly things with my family. But the ball stops here. We have quite literally authoritarian dictatorship knocking at the door. What happened yesterday was an abomination. And if you support it, you probably shouldn't be supporting me. And so that was kind of the door opening. I also at the time was infiltrating Parler, which was a current app that was very popular with right-wing individuals and provocateurs and literal T-words, as well as many members of our current Congress. And I was really monitoring the conversations we had. I actually made several FBI reports from things I saw. I got phone calls from the White House once Biden was in office, actually, later down the road because of a Telegram comment that I had sent to him about a possible unaliving threat on his life. 10 o'clock at night, a Secret Service calls me, which was crazy bizarre. But entered the political wheelhouse is trying to just educate people on how radicalized this society was becoming, how COVID was a great catalyst for that radicalization. People felt isolated. People felt cut off. There was this loneliness pandemic or epidemic. There was this white oppression that was kind of rearing its head. All of these were kind of a perfect storm to radicalize a vast majority of our population. And obviously, we about COVID during like that disinformation campaign that we were constantly battling. And I feel like that went on for almost a good year. So that was a lot of my content,
Mm.
kind of showing conspiracy that was in the back end on these really radical sites that I was infiltrating, like Telegram, like Parler. And then I really started deep diving policy and just the impactfulness of, our legislative body at the state and federal government, our local government, how they impact us in our daily lives. And policy became really valuable to me because I knew that was a way I could have conversations with people and make them understand, like, hey, I know you keep hearing all this great rhetoric, like this great rhetoric that's making you feel things, but let's actually take a step back and see how the people you're supporting are voting. What are they actually supporting when push comes to shove? And so I feel like that's been my conversation focus moving forward, because that, I think, is the only way we can win in the argument and the conversation, is really pushing back on like the rhetoric and showing how the rhetoric does not align with the outcomes. And I decided to I almost ran for Congress. It was very brief, a little terrifying. And then after some conversations and some kind of soul searching, I said, state is where it's at for me. I can make more of an impactful difference in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So ran in 2023, ran a fully grassroots campaign. No corporate donors. I did not take any money from any orgs or PACs that did not support my values or my policy decisions that I would be making as a legislator. And I spent a third of my opponent's spending. I was the cheapest race in the state of Virginia in regards to like price per vote. I spent roughly $17 per vote. The next cheapest was $77 per vote. Had the third highest turnout, missing the second by 4 votes. And yeah, I only lost by 667 votes. It was a district that was deemed a 6.7 lean Republican, and I lost by 1.8 points. So clearly I proved with little to no help that it is a winnable district, especially if we have enough ground game, which I think was where I fell short. I knocked 6,000 plus doors, which I was really proud of, but my goal was 10. And I think 10 would have been the difference, because the reality is those touches, those conversations, that personal element is really what wins elections, not the money, the conversations and the ability to reach your community in a real way.
So thank you, Jess. So your inspiration is kind of multifaceted. It wasn't necessarily the plan for you to hold public office. There's just this sort of this confluence of events that happened, like you described: misinformation, disinformation, January 6th, corruption. What are our legislators doing? Your daughter gets you involved, which is freaking awesome. So that was sort of the impetus for you, and then you make this decision. Victoria will be joining us soon, everybody. We're joined by Jess Anderson, Crazy Mother Runner Jess. She's run for state assembly in Virginia before, and we're going to talk to her about her journey. So multiple things inspired you, right? Multiple things inspired you. Yeah. You said you knocked doors, and you felt like you didn't knock enough doors. Well, there's always one more door to knock, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So talk about what was required of you, if you could, to become, a candidate. Again, the reason that we're doing this today, friends, is because, as you guys know, I've been a pain in your ass about getting involved, and it may not. I'm sure Jess would agree. Not everybody is cut out to run for office. It takes a lot, but there's lots of things that we can do in support of candidacy. So in your case, what was required of you to become a candidate for state assembly in Virginia?
So in Virginia, I mean, I don't want to say it's simple, but it is relatively attainable, especially if you are fortunate to have obviously I'm running as a Democrat, but if you have a local party in your area that is active, that is a huge help, but it is still possible without that, because I was prepared to do it without. So in the state of Virginia, you have to get as of the year that you are running, so January 1 of this year, you have to collect a certain number of signatures based on the position you're running in the state. For my position, it's 125 signatures, which is, I think, very doable. I have over 60,000, eligible voters in my district. So they have to be eligible voters, they have to be registered, and they have to be in my 71st district. So collecting those signatures is crucial. There's an economic form that you have to fill out to just kind of declare your finances and just be very transparent. Virginia, despite having some insane campaign finance laws where it's like no laws or guardrails in regards to like how much you can take and how many people can donate and all that. We are very transparent. Every dollar is visible. And so that's really great. So there is an economic form that you have to fill out. It's lengthy, but it's pretty simple, especially for like average people that do not have immense wealth. So it was pretty simple for me. And then there is a candidacy form that you get filled out prior to collecting your petitions, that it gets notarized. And then there's a secondary form that is also kind of a similar candidacy form for the primary. I am not being primaried, but you still have to do this kind of process as if you were going into a primary election. So you fill out this form and then you submit it to your county or city, wherever you reside, and you pay a fee. The fee for me to run is $375. If I do not have a primary, that is fully reimbursed to me. So I give them a check for $375 and then they give it back to me once we find out there's no primary.
Can we back up 1 second? So I think most folks know. So to be primaried, basically what you're talking about is working to become the nominees in the general election when the time comes to run for that
Correct.
seat. For the most part, that's what primary means. And we talk about this a lot for those of you that are listening. Oftentimes what happens, especially at the congressional level, is oftentimes a lot of candidates will run what's referred to as unopposed. And that's why you see people like Lauren Boebert and MTG in Congress, because no one ran against them. They're heavily red districts, but we see that a lot. I think there's been a bit of a shift. I know Florida, for the first time in a very long time at the congressional level, there were no open seats, meaning there was no candidates that ran unopposed. So that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. So that's getting involved in democracy. Some people may be upside down. You could be in a Trump plus 40 district, which basically means that would be a district that the major party nominee won by a certain number of points. So when we say a plus 40 or a plus 20, that's what that means. You may not have a chance in that district based on the math and the gerrymandered crap that they like to do, but there's still an opportunity to potentially throw your hat in the ring. I didn't want to deflect the conversation.
No, but to your point that you're making right now, I think it's very critical to throw your hat in a ring. And here's why. When we run every seat, so when we have at least one Democrat, if not more, if you have a primary, but at least one Democrat and one Republican, and I'm going to say both sides, running in every election, you are doing one of two things. One, you are giving everyone in that district someone to support, because there is an element of people feeling disenfranchised or disillusioned when they know they have nobody in their corner representing them. Okay, they don't even have options. Two, you force the neighboring districts to spend money. The reality is, if you have uncontested seats, good morning, Victoria. If you have uncontested seats, you are going to experience the less competitive seats, the one that don't have a competitor. And I'll give you an example. This happened last cycle. There's a gentleman by the name of Chad Green. He was a Republican. He was running in the neighboring district that had been previously held by a Democrat. The new redistricting made that seat far more competitive. The Democrats stepped away. We had nobody to run against this individual. So he was collecting upwards of, I think, $150,000 to $200,000 from Dominion Energy, which is a energy monopoly in the state of Virginia. And he was able to donate that.
Not Dominion voting, anybody. All you conspiracy theorists out there, not Dominion voting machines.
Fun fact, Dominion is a word that is in front of a lot of major industries, okay? So Dominion Energy Virginia is our energy source. It's the supplier of all of our energy here in the state of Virginia. And they donated almost $200,000, I believe, maybe more, to Chad Green. And that gave Chad Green the ability to donate those funds to neighboring districts, like my opponent, Amanda Batten. So when we are not running a candidate in every seat, we are giving opportunity to the opposing side to funnel that money into neighboring districts that might be competitive, that might be winnable for Dems. And And we're also not giving the people representation in the sense that they have a reason to come out and vote. We are not motivating voters. So that's a twofold thing. It's important. To your point, for a primary, for example, if I had another Democrat that wanted to run against me, that would be a primary. Virginia had to step away from the congressional rolls, and both of their races had wide primaries. There was, I think, 7 Democrats that ran in one seat and 10 that ran in the other. It was insane. We have similar happenings with our AG and LG races because in Virginia, we have off-year elections. So our governor, our lieutenant governor, and our attorney general are all on the ballot this November 4th with me. And we have a wide berth of Democrats and Republicans running for those LG and AG seats. So we will have primaries for those races in June. And that's the other thing. We need to be able to get people to start showing up for the primaries. So I've kind of listed all the things that you do to get on the ballot. Once we're on the ballot, we need to be having involvement from the beginning to the end. There's an issue with the fact that a lot of people go to a general assembly or general election at, back in November, and they're like, oh, I hate my choices. These are the, two sides of evil, basically. I'm picking the least worst. And I'm like, yeah, but there was a primary back in June that only 10% of the populace that was eligible to vote showed up for.
Right.
We had probably 5 people that maybe you really could have liked one of them. So I'm a big proponent of ranked choice voting. I think that really elevates the ability for people to make choices, by numeral order. So like, let's say there's 5 people in a primary and we have ranked choice voting in place. You can rank them based on who is your favorite. And what happens is we keep lowering and shrinking the width of people based on the ranked choice voting until we actually have the individual that has the most popularity and is the most well liked within the ranked choice voting. It really is a great way to do democracy.
Yeah.
Arlington has done it in their local elections. They've had really good success. They're continuing it. It was kind of I guess like a guinea pig situation over there to see how it worked out, and they liked it. I'm friends actually with the head of ranked choice voting here, Upvote here in Virginia, who is a big proponent advocate. She's out lobbying all day, every day. And that's another thing I just want to touch on, because I think there is this really lobby groups is like a bad word. It's not.
Right.
There is a lot of,
Before we go too far down that, Jess, I just want to introduce Victoria real quick, because there's a lot we can cover here. And I want to make sure that we're sort of our intention today, folks, for joining, and thanks for joining us, is to not only hopefully be inspired by these 2 awesome women who decided to make this decision and throw themselves into the ring, their hats into the ring, and make a difference, but how you might get involved. So Victoria, welcome. Thank you for being here. Most folks know who you are. Good or bad, as we've discussed many times. You want to just maybe give folks a little bit of a background, and you can I know you have quite the journey that got you to this point. Maybe just a little introduction, and tell us initially what was it that inspired you to run?
Hi guys, I'm Victoria Bradrick. I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. I just ran in 2024 and I'm running again in 2026. So for those of you who don't know, I decided to put my name on the ballot. I'm a county chair, and I was on district call in February of this year, or last year, and I was told that my opponent, Scott Desjardins, was going to run unopposed. And I said over my unalived body and decided over maybe some liquid courage and a weekend to pull a petition and decided to run for office. Now that is a very simplistic version of how I ended up here, but that is the inspiration, was because I believed that you deserved a choice, and we didn't have anyone who was going to go on the ballot. And I was like, well, shit, at least having an option is better than nothing. And I was able to run a congressional campaign as a working class mom. I have, I'm a foster. I foster animals in our county. I'm a county chair. I work full time, and I was able to run a congressional campaign. And I ran a progressive campaign, which was very different for our district, because traditionally everyone's gone moderate. And I decided that was not going to work for me. So yeah, that's how I ended up on the ballot. But Steve and we wanted to kind of get into a little bit of how I got here and why I'm here, and how the steps that went into me getting here. So we're going to rewind back to the 2016 election, and me being like, I need to learn more. I worked in an office with some amazing guys who just knew a little bit more about politics. And so I was wanting to be better. So I started learning how to read legislation. I started to listen to the news more like efficiently, where I would like research afterwards. And that's just kind of how it started. I started by emailing my John Cornyn and Ted Cruz, because we lived in Texas at the time. And that's just how it started. I was legitimately just like, I need to make a difference. I need to be more involved. So I started going to all the elections in my area. Every time there was an election, I would go vote, just to kind of get an idea, try to look up the candidates that were on the ballot. And then fast forward to moving back to Tennessee in 2019, I worked my first campaign. I said I was moving back to my small town, and I was just like, I gotta make changes here. I fucking hate small towns. And decided to go to a campaign event for a gentleman who ran for state house here in Tennessee, and worked his campaign. After that, I offered my social media expertise and how we could platform things, how we could better utilize everything. Unfortunately, I was pregnant at the time, and the pandemic happened. So things kind of ground to a halt. But that was how I got my start in working on campaigns. After that, I started working with him. He was the county chair prior to me. We worked closely together, trying to help the county. And then eventually, when he stepped down as county chair because he was moving out of the state, I decided to step up to that county chair role in 2022. So that's kind of how we got here. And there's some bits and pieces that are like not added in that, but I wanted to highlight that it doesn't have to look like my run. Like when I started this out in 2015, 2016, 2017, I didn't know that I would be running for office. It wasn't until 2023 that I had any inclination that I might run. And that was after hosting Gloria Johnson as a county chair. She came down to speak to our district, or to our county. And that's kind of when I had my first inkling that I might run for office, but I didn't want to run for federal office because I was like, well, I need more experience. And then 4 months later, I found out my opponent was going to run unopposed, and here I am. So,
and Jess said something similar, and thank you both for that story. And Jess said something similar. I mean, although your paths are different, there were certain things like COVID, like J6, that kind of, pushed. Maybe there was like this subtle interest, and then things like that happened, and you're like, this is unacceptable. And it's really important for folks to know that you both addressed the fact that there were candidates that were running unopposed. And I think that's a big deal. And Jess, you were touching on that as to why it's so important. And again, you may not ever think that you want to hold public office, but finding out that there are candidates that will not, that are running unopposed, and then other voices aren't heard. I believe in, throw the spaghetti against the wall. Candidates, right? As many voices as possible, because that's how you can identify. As we know, our two-party system in our country doesn't necessarily support that. So I want to shift gears a little bit and say, anything else that you wanted to, I know you were talking about that, Jess, anything else you wanted to add to that, the running unopposed or elements, or why, how that worked in your favor or against, perhaps?
There's this disconnect on that reality. And I also feel like there's a lack of investment in races that are probably bluer than people understand. And what I mean by that is my race is a great example. I technically spent somewhere in the area of like about $250,000, like $250,000, which I'm not like, that's a lot of money. But if you actually looked at Virginia elections during my cycle, there were delegate races that spent over $4 million. So I was a fraction of that spending. And I am already going into this one knowing that it's going to cost me about twice that. And I hate that being the reality of elections. But it is. And, that's very overwhelming for a lot of people when they're kind of walking into this. But the problem is that when we're not investing and not even at least putting names on the ballot, we're not showing that there are shifts. there are clear demographic shifts that happen in my district of the 71st. And I proved that on paper. I did the work and I made the effort, and this is also something that if you want to run, it's not just, money equity, it's sweat equity.
Sure.
If you could ask my family, I have continued, even last year when it was an off year, I remained incredibly present, incredibly relevant. If there's an event that I feel that is involved with the community, I'm there. I am close friends with pretty much every community leader in every little area of my district. I am knocking hard doors that are Republicans, that are people that have historically voted for my opponent. And so being able to, one, have kind of the ability to have conversations and be okay, like be a bit of an extrovert, but also be willing to, yeah, just a bit, but also be willing to really put in some personal energy. I mean, I get people joke, I'm very fortunate. I'm a super active person. I wake up at 5 a.m. and work out. I go, go, go. I'm really not a morning or evening person. I'm an all day person. So I'm very fortunate that I have a personality and kind of the endurance to like do this. Like I run little 24-hour races. I have endurance. So like this stuff is not hard for me. And for a lot of people, door knocks terrify them. Like, and I'm like, oh my God, it's my favorite part. Can you never make me do call time and just let me knock doors all day? So like that's me. Like, I don't want to sit on the phone and beg people for money. I want to go knock doors and meet voters and be like, why are you voting? What matters to you? Like, why is it important? And that energy and that element of empathy and authenticity and just fucking caring
Right.
really resonates. It is that element, and I say this sometimes, and I think I've had this conversation with you before, Steve. I am very much like Trump, wait for it, in the sense that I am meeting people where they are, even though I do not have horrid rhetoric. I do not have concepts of plans.
You're not a
I do not
fascist.
have to, right, I'm not a fascist. I don't have to punch down on vulnerable and minority communities and do any of that to elevate my message.
Right.
However, like him, I'm willing to go and have hard conversations. I'm not going to answer them in the very asinine way he does, but it's just the fact that there is an element of voters that they feel invisible. And I'm not just talking about low income, minority, vulnerable. I'm talking about also even those middle class and on the teetering of wealthy. They all want to be seen, and they want to be seen for different reasons, and they want to be heard, and they want to feel like that you are a representative that's going to pay attention to their needs as much as you're going to pay attention to the most, impoverished and vulnerable citizens. And being able to do that, it's not easy, but it's something that if you have a heart, you can find a way. Like, I truly believe that you can find a way. And it's just listening to them and hearing what they have to say and being able to say, hey, I agree, or hey, I have some compromise, or hey, this is a red line for me. Like, be honest as well. I'm not going to go to a door. And this was a big topic last year with our older community. I had doors of people that were in their 60s and 70s that are very concerned about gun violence. And their response to me was, "Were you going to ban all guns?" And I looked at them and I said, let me be 100% with you. That is not a reality in this country. And I understand that you have a fear, and I understand that your fear is relevant, and clearly we have issues, and I am all for common sense gun reform. I am all for addressing certain guns and getting them off the street. Like, I am here for that. But I'm not going to lie to you and sell you a story of this is a reality that we can move forward on. And so there's this element of, again, being honest about what you can actually do in your role, and also just listening. Like, people just want to be seen and heard.
Yeah.
And that is so important.
You both touched on, and thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. You both touched on something, and I think we need to address it. And a lot of folks have been asking about this, about fundraising. So people here, I think in your case, you said, Victoria, it was a lot of money, a couple million or whatever the number was.
So,
and then Jess talked about $250,000, and people are like thinking, "There's no, how do I do that? How the hell is it going to be even possible for me?" And I know that's complicated. We could spend the entire show talking about that, but maybe I think if people are interested, maybe there are some strategies or what's involved there that might help. Victoria, why don't you take that first? And we'll go to
yeah. So for people who want to kind of get a general idea, of like what it would look like, and let's be very clear. We all hate that money's in politics. Fucking hate it. It's awful. Just can agree.
Yes.
And literally sitting on call time is like my least favorite part of campaigning. Begging for money. Oh yeah, Jess, I can see. I know. We got it. So for those of you who want to understand, so when you're looking at a statewide race, or I'm going to go down. Let's go to look at a local election. Because I did get this question last night on a live. So a local election, it's going to be anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000. That's whether it's alderman, whatever, and you can do less. You can always do less. Let's be very clear here. You don't need a lot of money to get started. For a state race, you're looking at about $250,000 to run a successful campaign. And that's what I was told when I came into my county chair position of like what it looks like. Now, when you go to the federal level, from my district, I was told $3.5 million to run a successful campaign.
Victoria, do you think that's state specific? The 250.
It could be state specific.
It is very state specific.
Gotcha.
Very state specific.
On average, maybe that's
on
a good number.
average.
Okay.
There are no limits on donations, both in amount and by person in my state. So again, delegate races cost $4+ million in this area.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Per person.
So, and I think that that's really important to highlight. This is state specific for Tennessee, but that kind of gives you a rough ballpark of what it's going to start looking like when you're running for office. Now, I did not raise that. I did not raise anywhere near that. I actually raised one of the lower amounts comparatively to the person who ran. I raised more than the person who ran in 2022, but they ran an effectively like baseline campaign. Like I did more than they did, but I didn't do quite as much as the person who ran in 2020. So with that, like I raised just over like $120,000 with my campaign, but I made almost a 30% like a 30% gain in my district. And we think that that was a combination of things. It's a general election for a presidential election. So you're going to get a little bit more. And then also we had the opportunity of running a progressive campaign, and that resonated with people, and people resonated with my messaging. So if fundraising is the worst part of this, but you can find tactics. We're really successful in texting campaigns. I will unalive on the hill that texting campaigns are going to be the future. And also I believe that being able to utilize platforms like TikTok, I was out fundraising at one point on TikTok, just being on Matt's lives, compared to my fundraiser who was sending out emails and textings. So you can do it, and it can look different. But if you're looking for like, what do I need to get started? I would say anywhere from $500 to about $2,000 would be a good start point for your campaign. That will get you off the ground. That covers those expenses, and those would be like in-kind donations to your own campaign. So you could pay yourself back, or you can just donate that to your campaign.
And there are organizations like Act Blue, for example, and I know campaign. I mean, you're in the election cycle now, Jess. So when I know people may want to support your campaign, TikTok coins and things like that are not necessarily. No. Yeah, so maybe talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. So, here's like to Victoria's point, last cycle, obviously I also really utilized TikTok. In fact, TikTok was a vast majority of my fundraising early on. And I too out fundraised my opponent in one of our reporting periods, because we have to report pretty continuously throughout the year, because this is the part that I hate about this election, and all elections. Not only is how much money you raise, obviously a catalyst in how much you can do. If you can buy an ad, if you can get it ad space on TV or on YouTube or Hulu or all of these different avenues that a lot of people are trying to kind of divert to instead of basic TV. How many mailers you're going to be able to afford to put out, how much staff are you going to be able to hire on your team to coordinate, the field, and getting a lot of volunteers and people on the ground to really knock doors and have a good ground game. So like money is very much important. And there's always going to be an element of money in campaigns because of the fact that in order to touch people, shall we say, you are going to have to find ways that typically involve money outside of door knocks that you are doing your personal self, but you are one person. So there was always going to be an element. I definitely think campaign finance reform needs to be done. We need to not have dark money in there. There's a lot of other issues. But with that being said, for me, when you do a reporting period, how much money you've raised literally is is value. It is money in regards to recognition on the public square of the
Gotcha.
political world. And so it's really disappointing, for example, that at the end of the 2024 year, I wasn't running last year. So I had several people that were doing recurring donations. And the last month I really was like, okay, I gotta get my head back in the game. We gotta start raising money. We got an election to win next year. So I kind of pushed really hard, and I managed to run in the window of just over $15,000 in the month of December, which to me is like, this is amazing. And then I got the reporting back from my opponent, and she got like a single donation from one org for 75K.
Mm.
So there's this element that she is going to dip into corporate money. She is going to dip into PACs that I would never, bet Virginia and, clean energy, clean Virginia, and these pieces that are kind of have, I don't want to say nefarious, but they have ulterior motives for donating to candidates.
Sure.
They have an end game, and I don't have access to those funds. So last cycle, I did one video, I remember and you have to find little secret ways to make videos on TikTok and even other platforms to kind of get any algorithm drive to actually get people to see what you're saying and asking for. But I had one video that I did, I believe it was in May of last year. I've actually reposted it several times, and it's never had the response it had when I initially did it, but it raised me over $10,000 in 24 hours.
That's amazing.
And small dollar donors, an average donation was $7. So like there is, and I've always been a proponent of, I am a people powered campaign. And what that means is, like, for right now, there are 600 people in this chat. If 600 people gave me $5 or $10, you would literally meet my goal for a 1 to 2 week cycle of this campaign process. I mean, I am being told, like, I'm being given guidance, like they want me to raise $100,000 by the primaries. And that sounds like really doable, but then they follow it up with, and I want you to raise another 300 between the primaries of June and October 1st.
Wow.
So we're talking 100K a month. So we're talking 25K a week.
Full-time job, just fundraising.
Right.
Yep.
And so, and they're just being realistic. They are looking at the fact that, hey, you're a competitive district. The rules are going to be changing. There is going to be a lot of negative ad buys put out against you. You're going to have to be able to get your face in more avenues when it comes to like YouTube ad buys. And so this go around, I didn't buy any made for TV ads. They're expensive. And that is why we've had $1 million races in this state, because of the fact that the ad buys are upwards of $500,000 to $1 million, depending on how many ads you do, how many blocks of time you buy. So that's something that's kind of on the back of my mind. And honestly, sure, like Victoria said, call time is the worst.
I actually see some folks on that point, because I've seen some folks saying, what's your Cash App? So if people do want to donate, we want to make sure that we're doing it to follow the law. Right. I'm assuming maybe you guys can tell us how they could do that.
Best way for me, there's one of two ways, and it's simply because of the fact that we do need certain information for reporting periods. Now, if it's under $100, none of your information is public for the state of Virginia. So if you donate $99 to me, no one will see your name on my reporting. Okay. If you donate over $100, people will see your first and last name, and basically like the state you reside in. So it's not like they're giving you like your address, but you are public if you donate more than that to me. So that's something I like to kind of be very transparent about. Act Blue, which is in my link tree, best way to do it, just because it does collect the information that I'm required to report. You can also send me,
Victoria? Would that be the same for you too? Okay.
Yeah. Federal is even more. Yeah.
Federal,
like, it's real, like, so, and then the other option is I do have a PO box. You can send me a check. I've had oh my God, I need to make a video about it, but I had a woman send me a letter the other day, just telling me how much she loves me and how like moved she is by the fact that I'm doing what I'm doing. And she sent me $10 in a check. And she's like, this is all I have. And I'm like, you are amazing. Like people just need to understand that it doesn't take a lot of money. It just takes a lot of people investing.
Right.
I have 600,000 followers. I'm like, if half of my following actually donated $1, I'm done. Boom, made my October goal. Like, so it's like the reality that it could be that easy, but there's this element that people are like, well, is my dollar really going to make a difference? Yes, it does. It is massively impactful.
And somebody just asked this question: can you donate $99 multiple times?
You can donate multiple times, but once your collective donor under your name, so like let's say you donate it for under you, and then like you have a spouse and you donate under them, that will not show because it's still under that 100. But once you collectively donate more than 100, it will show your name.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Victoria, so similar to you for Act Blue and your sort of, I don't, again, we don't want to spend too much time specifically on the fundraising element, although it's really important. But anything you'd like to add for the process?
For my process. So like for the coins and whatnot, just to clarify for people who like what I do with the coins that people give me on TikTok is I normally reinvest them. Like I haven't made enough money with that. I have not been able to get traction on my videos. So I just either utilize them to help support other creators. But if I ever cash it out, it would be a donation. It's private in that there's like it's a fine line of it can be a private for me, like I can just utilize this because it's work I'm doing, or I can donate to my campaign. But for anyone who's wanting to donate, like Jess says, if you donate $5, it makes all the difference. I mean, everyone on TikTok who donated to my campaign specifically, and they would do the like TikTok. So if like you donated today if you donated like $1.30, I would write you a thank you card, and I would know it came from TikTok, and I would track those, and I would write thank you notes to everyone. And that was specific to TikTok. I wrote probably over 1,000 just thank you notes from TikTok alone. Whereas like if you donated just through my Act Blue, I did $25 and above would get a thank you card. So yeah, to speak to that, donating is helpful. If you want to donate in off seasons, that's really beneficial. Like my campaign, my Act Blue is open right now, so you can go and donate today. $5 is great. Like, but Jess is actually in a campaign right now. So if you donate to me, I might just go to Jess's Act Blue and give her some money because I can do those. I can donate to other campaigns from my campaign. I did that with several state candidates where I donated money to them because I knew that it's beneficial, help lifting all boats and with the tide, that kind of thing. As far as if you do like Venmo or Cash App, I just saw a couple people asking about those. Just put like for coffee or whatever, and then we can kind of decide if we want to put it in there. Because I have my Cash App or I have my Venmo in my bio because I'm like, I do this every day. If you guys want to help me out, like I'm a poor, so like we're just here.
I'm also a poor.
So like if you want to buy me a coffee because I went off on older millennial, do it. Like celebrate me doing those things. But yeah, like you can donate those ways, but there are a couple of things. I should probably make a video of like what information we need. Maybe it's your name, your address, your employment, and your it's like a contact information. We don't have to have all that information, but it makes it easier for our treasurers, and we want to keep our treasurers happy. That is the goal.
It's funny because I think you probably both know this. I was in my state legislature a long time ago when they used tablets and rocks for messaging. The money wasn't necessarily the key back then. It was about door knocking. It was about, that was the inspiration.
God
for
forbid.
me. Yeah, I know. I mean, it was great. I mean, a small district, there's 741 people in the town that I was representing at that time. But we know it's money in politics, and that's been the issue. That's the big change that I don't want people to feel like it's a barrier to want to throw your hat in the ring, but it's the reality of the circumstance, right? That's the issue. And I think you both said this about how, calling is not your favorite thing to fundraise. Obviously getting out and meeting people. So that would be a way that people could get involved, right? They could volunteer for campaign to door knock or to hang yard signs or whatever that might be.
Postcards.
Right?
Postcards is another great one. We always do a postcard. So we have a lot of great people, like Postcards across the nation reaches out to us. They did it for us last time. But also local orgs. We organize our own postcard drive because my data guy is fantastic and I love him so much. And so he put together the addresses for everybody, and they decided like if they wanted to buy the postage, the stamps themselves, or we gave them to them, whichever was best. If they did that, we considered an in-kind contribution, which is basically they are giving to our campaign by spending their own money, and we consider that basically a form of a donation in a sense. and we do have to write that off. So that is also something you should know. But regardless, like postcards are a great option. Obviously, I know for me, when it gets closer, we also did a text, kind of thing that really, hey, there's an election. Have you voted? Are you going out to vote? And having people using their own devices with an app, so it has a different phone number, messaging voters like leading up. Like there's a lot of ways that you can be behind the scenes and do good things. Cause I know being front and center is not for everybody. I mean, it's just not. Door knocks are not for everybody. So, the call time is the work. And the funny thing is the people I'm calling, and I'm sure Victoria's the same way, are people that we have been given these people's names. They are avid donors of Democrats. They are usually, if you can basically get on the phone and say, this is why I'm worthy of your investment, you usually can get something from them. So it's not to say that we're like being like dead-ended and not getting anywhere, but it's just the fact that I'm sure Victoria, like me, feels like it's a lot of time that we're spending doing something that really isn't engaging voters directly. Most of the people that we're calling are within, for me, are within my state. So obviously they're involved and invested in Virginia politics, but they're not in my district. They're not someone that's going to be actually casting their ballot for me.
Right.
So for me, it's less about the fact that, I hate call time because I don't want to ask for money. I do hate that part, but it's more about the fact that I'm always like, what could I be doing better with my time than spending these hours on the phone? So I'm so driven in the fact that if we can do the small dollar donors, if I can make that the way to fund my campaign, and I've joked all the time, I'm like, I just want to make this 400,000 before primaries, because then if I do that, basically the call, oh shit, she means business. Leave her the fuck alone and trust her. So that's my hope. But it gives you cred. Like that is in the political world, being able to fund your campaign and doing it, especially in innovative ways, gives you a lot of relevance and credibility on the thing. And the problem is that shouldn't be where the relevance and credibility comes from. I mean, I probably was the most avid door knocker in the life cycle. I guarantee you not one candidate out-knocked me. Maybe one. I have one in mind, and she's younger than me. And she's just as crazy motivated and energized as me. And she also moved the fucking needle in her district way beyond it.
That's awesome.
Like, I just think there's this level of disconnect sometimes by like the way the old guard does things and the way you win elections, and then what's actually resonating with voters right now. And I think that Trump being in office right now is evidence of that. So there's definitely a disconnect on how we need to be moving the needle in the right direction. I'm very grateful I'm running this year because the pendulum is swinging real hard, y'all.
Big time.
And I'm hoping that means really good things for my election, the midterms for Victoria, the things to come, because I feel like over the next 2 years, we're going to see a lot of backlash, and people stepping up is going to be priority.
For those of you that are, I'm sorry, Jess. For those of you that are just joining, we're honored to be joined by Jess Anderson, Victoria Bradrick, both running for to hold public office. Jess in the state assembly in Virginia. Victoria's running for Congress out of Tennessee. They're sort of sharing their stories with us. If you guys could continue to tap and share like crazy, get this live out to everybody so that we can continue to have these conversations and hopefully motivate other voters or other people who want to get involved, again, because we're making a difference here, because democracy is not a spectator sport. You have to be involved. So shifting gears a little bit, I sent you guys some questions in advance, but something that you learned, I'd be curious what you both learned about yourselves during this process. Victoria, I'll start with you on that.
Oh, I love this question. So for those of you who don't know, I'm actually an introvert. I'm a very bubbly personality. People who know me outside of the app know that I'm just like, I'm very warm, all those things, but I don't thrive in being the center of attention. I don't like it, actually. And this is something that really stretched my capabilities. Like, I'm good. I can work a room. I can talk to people. Because of the things that I was raised and whatnot. But I think the thing that I learned is I was capable of doing this, that I am capable of doing a speech in front of a couple hundred people. But I had to make the campaign work for me. I had to make my speeches work for me. Like, I can't read off a script. I have to practice a little bit ahead of time. I take my stump speech, which for those of you who don't know, a stump speech is you got a bit of it earlier. Like, that I'm Victoria Bradrick, I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. It's like, you should know it off the back of your hand, be able to give it within a second. And then I basically ad lib from there. And that's something that I learned about myself, is being able to do these things and resonating with people. Even on this app where I've been like talking about these things, I didn't think that I had anything to add to the conversation. I am not the smartest person in the room by any means. And that is something that I've taken away from that, is like people, they relate with that. They relate with my being willingness to say fuck, like they relate with the fact that I'm not afraid to be the person who goes after someone who's being misogynistic, or to say the thing. And I think that that's something that the party is lacking right now, and what we keep asking for. So for me, it was like learning that like I actually do have something to say, and people do want to hear what I have to say, and that's pretty cool. I don't know why you guys think I'm cool, but here I am. So, yeah, I think that's what I've learned the most about myself, is that I can be in those spaces and I belong there.
How about you, Jess?
I mean, very similar. I'm an ambivert, so I do well in like public settings, and I've always been very outspoken and willing to talk to any stranger. But I do have kind of like a window of time before I'm burnout, and I need to like recluse back into my safe space, whether it be with my husband or my kids or my house. So there's definitely that element. I think I learned that I can push myself past limits that I really recognized. I think sometimes we feel like the weight of the world is on us, and we just don't have anything left to give. And it's funny that when I ran in 2023, and I know that the experience will be probably very similar this go around, you find it. You find that little spark that you just need to get to that one more event, to make that one more speech, to have that one more conversation at a door. And I've discovered that I have endurance not only in athletics, but in the ability to just be present for something that really resonates and matters to me. I think the other thing I've learned about this is my kids are watching. And so that's been really impactful. I had my birthday in November, and my middle daughter, who was 17, unfortunately, God bless my children, all three are girls, and they are forced to hear me just vent and go off about the existing society that we live in, and they hear my fears, and sometimes like I'm putting my fears on them, but like they hear my concerns and what I'm worried about and what I'm fighting for, and like she made this amazing post that just literally made me cry about how like my mom is such a fighter, and like she sees something and she goes after it, and I strive to be her one, like, and so it's just this really real reality setting in that people are watching. Our youth are watching. Ironically, on this app, I've gotten a very large Gen Z following. I literally went to a Pride March in DC a few years back when I first started being public politically, and my husband's with me, and I'm with Booker Squared, and I was with a couple other creators actually, and we're just walking down the street, and this 6'7", 20-something gorgeous gay man walks up to me and goes, "Oh my God, I love you on TikTok." And I remember my husband going, "What the fuck is your demographic?" And I was like, "It's everywhere, everybody." Like Victoria, it's like I'm the same way. Like people care what I have to say, and it's weird, but also kind of reassuring. Like, okay, I do have a voice. I do have an opportunity to like be in the room and be a part of like the differences that are, breaking, individuals' livelihoods and existence. So, yeah.
We've talked, and thank you both for that. We've talked a lot about, maybe not we individually, but just on the collective, about voter apathy, right? And voter turnout. And I know your states are different. I know, Jess, your state's a little bit more swingy than I'd like, but I know you understand that. Victoria is in Tennessee, and enough said there. I know you're trying to expand, your outreach to people, trying to recruit anybody and everybody. Are your strategies different because you've got perhaps a bit more Democrats in your district, Jess? I'm just assuming that based on where you live. And Victoria's, in bright red Tennessee. So are you trying to get your main strategy? Are you trying to motivate more Democrats to turn out? Or are you trying to flip voters, or is it a little bit of both?
It's definitely a little bit of both. So fun fact, I would call Virginia blue, and most political analysis would also call Virginia a Democratic stronghold.
Sure.
I recognize that we currently have a Republican governor, but if you kind of understand the landscape of what we were dealing with during his election in regards to like just this parent rights movement and kind of the pandemic and just a lot of other catalysts that came to play, he won based on a facade. And I think a lot of people after the fact realized that real soon. With that being said, my district, which is the 71st, it is a newly drawn district. So when I ran in 2023, it was the first time it was an official district as it was drawn. And it went from being I think it was previously considered like a 7.9 Republican, and it moved to 6.7. So not a significant move, but it definitely moved more blue based on the new redrawing. But I kept arguing the point that my opponent during her first election only got 53% of the vote when there was a three-way race, and only got 56% or 55% of the vote when it was a two-way race in the year prior to me running, or the cycle prior to me running. So there was evidence on the wall that this was already a district prior to redistricting that was moving more blue, that did not have a big like support or excitement about her. Like she was not winning in the margins that she was supposed to be winning.
Gotcha.
And so when they redrew it and I saw the margin shift even further, I said, hey, this is the window. Like 55%, we've moved almost 2 points. Like the movement, the window is there. And there was a lot of pushback. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. Da, 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 da. So that was the lack of support publicly and at the state level.
Okay.
And it's really unfortunate because apparently they did polling basically in like late September as early voted started. And they're like, oh shit, she's moving the needle. We're like, and we have not been investing this. So there was definitely a little like, uh-oh moment, I think, collectively, in the state, like, oh my God, like maybe she was right. And so I was able to get certain people to invest in me, even though there was this mental thing.
Sure.
But what I'm excited about is in 2024, Harris won the 71st district with more than 2,400 votes. So
that's a good sign.
We went from being what they deemed a 6.7% Republican lean to Harris Walls taking literally more than 50% of the vote. Also worth noting, the biggest county in my district, which is considered James City County, has been historically more red leaning, or maybe purple. It went 52% to Harris alone. So that is just a large entity of my entire district.
How about you, Victoria?
Like, it's a big shift.
Sure. Sorry. How about you, Victoria? I mean, similar strategy. Again, you're a little bit more upside down in your state than Jess is from a Republican versus Dem. So what's your strategy?
So my strategy. So I have 15 counties in my district, and hopefully they won't gerrymander it to hell anymore than it already is gerrymandered, because I don't
Fingers crossed.
I don't touch any big cities. The closest I get is to Chattanooga. And even then I'm not touching Chattanooga proper. So my biggest thing throughout my campaign was making sure that I get out in front of people. My biggest county in my district is Rutherford County, so I spent a lot of time there. But I didn't want to ignore the rural counties. As a rural county chair, I know how vital it is for rural Democrats to be seen. So it was very much I touched all but 2 counties in my district. There was a presence there, and I did start to worry. I know that Scott Desjardins doesn't campaign. He won't come out and talk to people, but I do know that I started to worry him because his signs started going up. And I've lived in this district for 16 years now, and I'd never seen one of his signs. He's been in office for 14 years, and it will be 16 years by the time 2026 rolls around. So my goal is to do outreach. One of the things was utilizing this app to get people. I can't tell you how many people came up and hugged me because they found me through Mishi or Facts, or they saw me on Matt's live and they were like, oh crap, or I saw you in Good Troubles live. So like it was utilizing what I could control. And for my next run in 2026, my goal is that, yes, I could step down to a state position, but I've already got a momentum going for Congress. So instead of like stepping away from this, I'm just going to continue running, because it's given me 2 years. I can build on what I have based on the margins that I've seen. And then it's just going to give me more time. And also my plan is that by the time that 2026 rolls around, I will not be working so that I can run a congressional campaign without the hindrance that comes from working a full-time job. Will that work out in my favor? I don't know. But that was a big hindrance for me and I have two very young children. So my time was very much, my time became a huge commodity for the campaign. So I was doing very much like 20-hour days. And, Jess can attest to this. It's a marathon. Like you're running the entire time. It is 24 hours. Even when I would go to bed, I couldn't stop thinking about my speeches, all those things. So it's just, it's very fit. It's so physical. It's insane. And, I wanted to touch on something like that Jess had said too. It's like, there are people, even on this app, like bigger creators that I've met who are like, I'm inspired by you. And that's wild to me because like everyone, like when I sit down with someone and they say that, I'm like, it means the world to me when I have someone show up at a women's march because they message me on Instagram being like, not even thinking I would respond. And I'm like, no, come give me a hug. Come get a hug. And they're in tears. That like, it makes it worth it. Like those are the moments that make it worth it for me because it's like, I know that you feel represented and I want to do better for you. So yeah, 2026 is around the corner. I am campaigning actively. I am not doing as much right now, but I am starting to ramp back up. I have to basically take a step back for reorganizations. As a county chair, I have to give up my seat because I'm on the state executive committee now. I was appointed last week, and I have to give up my seat, so I'll be a bigger presence in my district. And that will also give me a little bit more free time so that I'm not hindered by like county chair things because county chairs do have a lot to do. It's an off season right now, so we don't have as much with reorg coming up. But going into election cycle, county chairs are huge and local parties are a huge way for candidates to actively meet Democrats in their area.
So
I want to pause you really quick, Steve, because I'm just going to say I have to leave at 9:10 because I have a meeting.
Okay.
But I just want to not interrupt you, but
no. I mean, actually, so why don't you just go ahead? I mean, you've got a few minutes left. What would you like for people to know? I mean, the motivation, how people can get involved. This last 7 minutes are yours. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I think just basically find your people. I think that's huge. If you do have a local party, that makes it so much easier. Get involved, get invested. Most parties have at least a monthly meeting. A lot of them put out a newsletter. Speaking of newsletters, I have a newsletter. I mean, obviously, if you're in Virginia, I think it's really great to subscribe. I am not someone that inundates you with emails. You get one email once a month, kind of telling you what I'm doing in my community, how I'm being involved, any upcoming events, especially if you're in the area. Obviously, fundraising is critical, and it's unfortunately a part of this role. So recurring donors, those are great. Like if you can give your coffee money to me once a month, that like $5 coffee money once a month, that's incredible. That helps. So, just get involved and even if you don't have a local party, because I know that some people, especially in very deeply red areas, don't, start making one. I will tell you, I knocked doors last cycle in this community. It's a retirement community, 55 and up. And it was funny because I would knock doors and they'd be like, I'm the only Dem here. And they'd like almost whisper at me at the door. And I'm like, actually, no, you're not. That guy is, and that guy and so as I started knocking doors, I ended up talking to a couple of the people in the community that I were very involved with the local Democratic Party. And I said, hey, like, there's a disconnect. Like you have roughly 45% of your community that are left-leaning Democratic voters, and they are all under the guise that they are alone, that they are by themselves. And they're like, really? And I'm like, yeah, have you guys done any type of outreach or whatever? So literally over the last year after my election was over, so 2024, they grew a local group in their community of more than 200 plus people that are meeting monthly, that are doing a newsletter, that are bringing guests in to have conversations about how they can be democratically involved and do more outreach. So that's just evidence to me that there is momentum, there is excitement, there is this interest in being involved. You just have to open the door and give people some opportunity. And maybe you are that person in your community. Like maybe you're like, no, I can't do anything. Yes, you can. Like if you're on Facebook or put out flyers, or if you do have a local party, reach out to them and find out, hey, can you let me know like who might be listed as, depending on where you live, they might be registered Democrat, or they might have scoring that tells you if they're more left leaning. Make a flyer and say, hey, we want to start a local group for our community, and put it in their mailboxes, and people will show up. It's true. Like people knowing that they have friends, they have support, they get excited and they're going to show up. It also happened in New Kent County. When I was going to New Kent County, which is half of the county is in my district, it is about 38% Democrat. It's very red. It's very rural. But when I went going to the meetings during my election, they had 3 people in person. They're having meetings now of 25 to 50 people. They have people online. They have over 300 people getting a newsletter once a month from the organization that they've created. And they added 900 new Democratic voters in the 2024 Harris election in that county. 900 new Democratic voters. The district that this retirement community was in, it's called Stonehouse. It has been historically red. It went to Harris. Every single precinct in that county went to Harris. So there's an
momentum.
Excitement.
Yeah.
There is momentum. And if you make people feel seen again, if you make them feel like, hey, you're not alone. I'm here. I'm with you. Let's have the conversation. They will inspire other people to do the same, and they will go vote. And at the end of the day, that's what we need. We just need them to go vote. Off-year elections like mine see like 50% turnout, which is abysmal.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Like, and when I ran in 2023, we had some of the highest turnout. I was very fortunate that our district was on it, but like the city of Williamsburg, which is a 70% Democratic stronghold, which is really like where I anticipated to make the ground up to win. Again, 667 votes is not a lot. 38% turned out. 38%. And so if that number would have been 50, there was my 1,000 votes that would have put me over the edge.
Easily. That's right.
Turnout is critical. And so getting those low propensity voters excited and letting them know, hey, there's someone on the ballot, do it. Make it happen. And you will be the difference in elections in your area.
So that we know that women are wildly underrepresented in government across the country, in state houses, in city councils, obviously in Congress. I would hope that if anybody's watching, the women in your life, to be inspired by these 2 amazing women, just to do something. Jess, thank you so much for jumping in today. I really appreciate that. One last plug for your contact information, ActBlue. I'm assuming everything is in your bio.
Yes, I am Jess Anderson, number 4 for Virginia, everywhere. All of my socials are in my link tree. So if you go to my link tree, you have access to everything, my website, my ActBlue, all of my social media contacts. I'm also got a Substack that I started to kind of stay relevant and add what I put out on TikTok. Yes, to put it on, what I'm doing on TikTok, I have a place to put it that I feel like we still have some safety in regards to social media platforms. So follow me everywhere. If you could do a recurring donation, I greatly appreciate it. And make sure you're supporting women like myself in Victoria, because we will be the change makers that you need in this fascist takeover that we are currently experiencing.
You got it.
Bye, guys.
Have a lovely day. See you later.
You too.
Bye, Jeff.
That's awesome. All right, Victoria. So a couple of other questions I kind of wanted to ask you. Can you talk about what you learned about the process, good and bad? Obviously, we've addressed money. We know that that's the bad, having to do that. But what's the good?
Good. So let's go with good, because there's a lot of hurdles that you have to overcome when you're running for office or doing this. So like the good thing is you learn a lot about yourself. You get to meet some of the most incredible people, and you get to have experiences that I never would have thought I would sit in a room and know Gloria Johnson and have her phone number in my phone and have her take my call. Like, I never knew that was something that was going to be a possibility. I never thought that I would get to meet Jamie Raskin. Like those are events that I've been able to do. It gives you that community. Like, I know that a lot of us felt really sad on election night. And I mean, I was on a live, but it sucked. But I felt so much better that I'd been involved and that I'd done something, because it's like, that empowerment that it gave me, that motivation of like, fuck, I did this. And it's not a small thing. It's not a small task to undertake. It legitimately made me feel so like happy that I had done something. Like it felt like I was fighting back. I was pushing back. I had done this. I'd created this platform. I'd been in part of those things. So like that was something that was really good for me. And I don't feel like we can all talk about how shit the election was, but like if anything, and you can attest to this, Steve, like throughout this, I've continued that positive messaging. I'm like, no, get involved, do the thing. We can do this. We can fight this. We can be together. Like we can do that. And I think that that's going to be really beneficial for a lot of people, because I think a lot of people feel hopeless right now and they feel like they can't do anything and they're frozen in spaces. Look, I'm putting this content out here for you because I want you to feel empowered. I want you to feel like you can push back, because at the end of the day, no one's going to tell you you didn't try. And that I think is the best part of this campaign, is what it's allowed me to do, what it's taught me about myself, and the contacts I've made. I never thought I would be on a podcast with Dr. Benjamin Dowdera. Like I never thought I would have like his contact in my phone. Like this resource and source. I never thought I would have your contact in my phone, Steve. Like when we started this out, when I popped up on your live months ago, I never thought I would be able to talk to Nishi or even Jess, who I've been following for years. Like these are things that have been beneficial. And my goal, something that I say is like, I wanted to be in the rooms where the decisions were being made, because I was like, if I can be there, I can help influence it. And I've kept that mentality going through. And I think that that's something that's good that's come out of it. It's like the empowerment that it's given me and other people, because you guys, I inspire you. I don't know, doesn't make sense to me, but like I do that. And I think that answers your question.
It does. I mean, and I think it's related to what I want to ask you next, about how I think we would all agree that by and large, most Americans don't have a positive impression of politics. Especially in DC, right? And I think there's some obvious criticism there. But as somebody who's served as a public servant, I truly believe that government can be effective, because I think your values shape your policy. So if you care about human rights, if you care about, the things that education, healthcare, all those kinds of things, that could potentially help shape your policy. So I think the challenge that a lot of people face, sadly, a lot of women face, is trying to convince people that government can work if you are marching towards the same things. You and I joke about being progressives when the rest of the world laughs at us, like, you guys don't even fucking have health insurance. You're not progressive. So it's things like that. So how do we flip the narrative? How do we show people that government can be effective? I know it's a big question, but
it's a huge question. I mean, like, I think that it's being in these spaces, meeting people where they are. Jess is doing it. I'm doing it. I come on these lives. People get to witness, like, I was on Matt's live yesterday and I got an opportunity to go dog walk someone. And it wasn't like, we talked about it privately, like the concern of like me taking that on, like that, how it's going to be reflected in the media. But like something I hear is throughout my entire campaign is they want us to take the gloves off. They want us to be those forces. Like we're inundated with Marjorie Taylor Greene's bullshit. We're inundated with what Lauren Boebert. Trump is a horrible human being, and the things he says are insane. Democrats want to see representation and want to see us doing the same thing. So, like, not backing down from a fight. I'm feisty. I am feral. Like, I'm feral size. We joke about this all the time. I am not afraid.
Feral AF.
Yeah. I am not afraid to fight someone. I don't think that we can't be those voices. Like, not everyone's going to be able to say the things that I say. Not everyone's going to call people a schnazi on the internet. And I did. And like, yes, like, could I behave better? Whatever. At the end of the day, like, the point is we need to have people who are willing to say the thing, be uncomfortable, and be outspoken. And we need that in our party. We need leaders in our party who can say the thing, because that's going to motivate Democrats. It's going to turn off a couple of people, because I know that there are people that I rub the wrong way. But the majority of Democrats are asking for this. The majority of Democrats are wanting you to push back, wanting you to say the thing. So like, if you have an issue with something I say, good. I want you to hold me accountable. Also, enjoy it. Enjoy the moment, because you're not going to see, you might see AOC, or we've seen Jasmine Crockett, who's chef's kiss, just amazing.
Yep.
But just amazing. Like, the idea that I could wear a t-shirt because Marjorie Taylor Greene would be my next door neighbor that says bleach blonde, bad built, butch body. Seriously. And go and knock on Marjorie Taylor Greene's door, like, with that on, love it. Love that for me. We're going to see this going forward. We're going to see those things. And I think that we need to make sure that we show as progressive, as Democrats, that we do have a backbone. Someone said that in the chat. We have a backbone. Like, we're willing to stand on principle. We're willing to push back. We're willing to say, hey, this is wrong. And like, potentially lose an election over it. Like, I need to get in those rooms, but also I don't want to lose my principles while I'm there. I lost my thought.
That's okay. I'm seeing a couple of questions that came through. The mods have captured it. So someone asks, and this may be a larger question, but how do I get a Democratic office in their small Texas town?
I saw that one.
The closest one is 45 minutes away. Any suggestions on that or thoughts on that?
Okay. Yeah, I actually saw that. I actually made a note about that, so I wouldn't. So thank you for that question. What you can do is you're going to reach out to your Democratic state party, and they can guide you. Getting an office for like a Democratic party is hard. Like, in my county, it's very hard for us to find spaces where we're allowed to be. My county is very, very red, and they have pushed us out of a lot of spaces. So something that you consider is maybe not doing that. You could do like an action committee or an action council where you do things within your like county, and maybe you just meet for coffee. Like, that's something that we do. I have a Democratic group. I have my county party, and then I have my Democratic group that they're not all active, but I try to create events and spaces for them. So we have like a coffee meetup, and I utilize that to speak and talk on these things and get people motivated and let them know that I'm a real person. Like, I'm here, I'm doing the thing. And it's walking that fine line between if someone's actually going to be activated in the party or if they're going to be an activated voter in the community. And sometimes those cross over, and sometimes they don't. And that's okay. So like, if you, for instance, if you can't get a Democratic party, sign up to be a public school person. Go to school board meetings. SOCM or Public School Strong is a very great way to get involved. And it's just, we need you on the ground watching what's going on in your school board meetings. It's just going to school board meetings. That's it. You can do Planned Parenthood. You can do educational trainings where you offer your time, your house, you know, so that you can teach people how to talk about Planned Parenthood and abortion, because I didn't even know half the things. But when I sat down as a candidate with Planned Parenthood and we're sitting there chit-chatting about it, and I'm like, oh, this is great. Like, I keep that file is saved on my computer. I literally pull it up every time I'm having an abortion conversation so that I can have the statistics and the facts right there at my fingertips. So it's more than just, you don't have to get involved with the local party. Obviously, that's great. We need more progressives. We need more people represented within the party. The more of you that show up, the better. But also, you can do those other things if you're not quite comfortable there. And like I said at the beginning of this, I didn't start out by getting involved with my local party. I didn't start out that way. It was literally just emailing and annoying the shit out of John Cornyn and Ted Cruz. Like, I was on their mailing list for forever, and I would email them all the time. It was listening to those news articles. It was going to vote in every single election. Like Jeff talked about, primaries are important. But you're not gonna wait in line in an off-season like runoff election. You're not gonna wait in line. Like, you legitimately go in, you walk in, you do your vote, and you leave. Being those types of voters and moving into the realm of being a more active voter will be really crucial for your journey in this, and learning how your state process works and your federal process works.
Like you and I talked before, Victoria, the we can call it maybe missed messaging and or inconsistent, convoluted messaging that we would typically get from the corporate Dems, right? And I think that's, as you're describing it, I think where the Democratic Party continues to lose is that they don't speak to their voters. Mm-hmm. So they become connected to some of the things that most everyday Americans don't necessarily like. Like we look at celebrities and we want them to be celebrities. We don't want to see them as part of political campaigns because we're not connected to them. So I think one thing that Trump has done extremely well, and just touched on it, is he talks to his voters. Now we know it's a bunch of bullshit. It's lies, it's rhetoric, it's fucking hate speech, but he speaks to them. He goes where they are, not necessarily where they are. He would never sit down with them, but he'll go on podcasts with Joe Rogan. He'll speak to them. He'll have his surrogates out there. And I think that's been something that's been missing from corporate Dems, which is why you and I talk regularly about progressives. So from a strategy perspective, going out, knocking doors is one thing. Other people want to get involved. So if somebody says, I want to help on a campaign, what I often say is, well, instead of trying to fit into what the campaign needs, like, what do you bring to a campaign? Like, are you really good with graphic design? Could you build a website? You know, are you creative? Do you have property that you could host a concert? All these kinds of things. So I'm trying to narrow this question down. It's about connecting people. Like you're this awesome person who'll drop fucking F-bombs more than my 17-year-old daughter. And that's what people want, right? It's like the purity and the reality of humans that I think the Democratic Party has lost. So going to tractor pulls, going to pancake breakfast, whatever that might be, it seems so simple, right?
Going to a fundraising event and at the end, the host being like, do you want to hold my pew-pew and take a picture? And I was like, absolutely I do. You want to put me on a horse and I'll shoot it from the horse? And they were like legitimately, like when I told constituents that I can ride a horse and that I can shoot a pew-pew, like the light up in there, like they light up, like they want to feel those things. They want to relate with me. Talking about watching The Office or whatever show I'm watching, like it's relatable, like, and cussing is relatable. Like we all say fuck. Whether you say you don't, you're a liar if you don't, because everybody says fuck when they stub their toe. And look, and like, can I say a sentence without saying a single cuss word and make it sound really, really like beautiful and what? But nothing hits quite like fuck. So like, what are we doing here? And speaking to the being relatable and speaking to those those topics. I mean, I talk about, there's a forum that I went to that I told I was going to get softball questions. So I wasn't prepared for my answers, and it's on the internet. Like, I can't tell you how many Republicans and moderate Democrats pulled me aside afterwards, being like, you must be a moderate Democrat. Like, you're just speaking to those things. And I said things like, I'm a penny pincher at heart. Like, it was just speaking to what they're feeling. I was like, we can talk about the economy to the end of time, but you're not thinking about the economy in the sense of what I'm talking about. You're thinking about it when you go to the grocery store and milk's expensive or eggs are expensive or the gas pump is expensive. So like, we have to speak to that. When we talked about immigration in that same forum, I said, you want to feel safe. I'm not speaking to the fact that it's not the issue that you think it is. I'm speaking to the fear, the emotion behind it, and making people feel safe. And again, like, I've started speaking in those ways, and people, it resonated. It resonated with Republicans as well, because I'm acknowledging their fear. I'm acknowledging the fact that it is hard, and that these are things they care about, and that, those dining room table topics that Bernie Sanders talks about, we have to get better about talking about them. We have to go in the spaces. People aren't tuning in to NPR to listen for 30 minutes in the car anymore. They're here on this app listening to you. Yeah. They're here listening to Matt. So we've got to go to those spaces. We've got to utilize those spaces and make sure that we are meeting people where they are and speaking to them on things that they want to know. And I think that that's going to be really vital in this next election. And I hope that I can continue growing that and that we can continue building those spaces, because it's going to be really beneficial for my race.
We're speaking with, for those of you just joining, we're speaking with Victoria Bradrick, who's running in Tennessee to be a representative to the U.S. House so she can hang out with Jasmine Crockett and Maxwell Frost and others. So do everything you can to help get her there. This question came from the chat, and I had a part two to it. It says, so how do I run if I'm running against other popular Democrats who have held seats for a while? And as we discussed earlier, multiple voices are very important. So yes, there might be someone who you support who represents you well. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't throw your hat in the ring. That's the good side. The bad side is it might pull attention away, but I say it puts attention on the race. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'm getting primaried. There's already talk about me being primaried. And now there are older Democrats who don't like.
You got this. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, my district's pretty like a large district. It's 15 counties. And I was told shortly after the election cycle and announcing that I was going to run again, that I'm going to be primaried. And I say, fuck yeah, let's do it. Because it's going to give me something to debate. It's going to give me someone to talk to throughout this. And they can get nasty. Primaries can be not fun. But it also generates more enthusiasm because you have your person and you're hoping your person will win. You're hoping your person will get there. We had that with Gloria Johnson's race. There were two other ladies who ran and primaried Gloria Johnson. That was Marquita Bradshaw and Sybil Watkins. I love Gloria, but Sybil spoke to me in a way that was relatable, and I would have loved to see her take that role on, but it didn't happen. Gloria got it. Gloria had the name recognition and whatnot. So primarying, if you're afraid to primary someone, you can do it. You can go with two mindsets. You can primary them to create enthusiasm, but you can also and do that like with the mentality of like, hey, we're going to primary, we're going to put call into question, get some more people excited, whatever. But the second part of that, like if you're going to primary someone, know that the goal is to have better elected representation in office. So be prepared to put that shit to the side at the end of it and make sure that your people who supported you will support that person. Because yes, primarying can make people excited, but we want to make sure that people actually get involved in the next step of that process in the general election. And someone's asking, talking about being primaried.
Right, just saw that.
Okay, so let's talk about primary. Primarying is where you're going to have 3 Democrats on the ballot or 3 Republicans. So Scott Desjardins, my opponent, was primaried in this past election. He's primaried most years. But they didn't get like any traction. He won the primary. I was not primaried. Now this next election cycle, I will have it, and what that means is there will be 3 like, or 2 or 3 people running on that. That's when we're going to have those conversations, those town halls or debates, and this is where you're going to see which Democrat best fits your thing. So I'm a progressive Democrat. They might run a moderate Democrat, and I'm going to like, so for the purpose of this, in 2026, there will be a moderate Democrat on the ticket primarying me. I am prepared for it to be a nasty race because these particular Democrats do not like me. They did not like me from the get-go as a working class mother. That the fact that I didn't quit my job, the fact that I didn't post my resume up, those are all things. So I will see that primary, and it's going to create some buzz around my election, and I'm really excited for that. I love the idea that I'm going to have someone to debate. I love the idea that this is going to validate my race more, and it's going to bring my race like to a new level. So for those of you, like, to just round that out, primarying is where you're going to see your ticket holders get primaried. So we always think about it at a federal level. Like we think about like how Biden ran against like Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris, and they were all people on the primary ticket. You'll see that at a state and a local level as well.
Great question. Thank you. Why don't we just bring some folks up? If people have questions for Victoria, or they're just in questions in general about running, I would encourage you to request, maybe just reach out to our mod team if you have a question, but we'll just see how this goes. We haven't vetted anybody, but who cares? We can figure it out. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please consider subscribing to the channel, but you can do this if you do so through the FactsStillMatter.site, SITE, or go to the Facts HQ link that's in the link tree in my bio. It's $3 if you wouldn't mind. We're trying to move all of our subscribers over there, so we will have a future in this space wherever we may end up. Again, you'll find the link in the link tree in my bio. Does not look like Leslie is there. Okay, so during your first run for Congress, when you were in the midst of doing all the lovely fundraising calls that you enjoyed making so much, said no one ever, where did you feel like, in hindsight, looking back at your campaign, where did you feel like you needed more help?
Boots on the ground. So I was able to run my campaign with a pretty moderate sized team. I think I had a total of 15 volunteers that really worked with me. Now I had a larger outside of that, but like my core 15 would show up. And my campaign, I only had one paid staffer. One paid staffer in the beginning, and that was my campaign manager, because he did a lot of work and I wanted to make sure he was taken care of during that time. And we bumped his pay as we got close to the election cycle, as I raised more money. So having volunteers, having people to go show up at events with me, there were several times where I would go to an event and I might be alone, and especially in the beginning, that happened a lot. But as we got to the end, I had more people with me. And the reason that you want people with you is like, you get a t-shirt. Like everyone who worked on my campaign, they didn't have to pay for a t-shirt. They could, but like Matt has a t-shirt because I met up with him. Mandy has a t-shirt. Good Trouble has a t-shirt, because these are people who are helping support my campaign. Having those people with you to like help door knock, having representation. Like if I couldn't make it to a door knocking session because I was at another event, having people to represent me and wear my shirt was an option. You could also be a paid staffer. By the end of my campaign, I had 3 paid door knockers where literally their job was throughout the entire week to go out and knock doors or on the weekends, and they would just represent me in those spaces I couldn't be. That is really beneficial because it means that you know enough about my campaign that you can say, Victoria for Congress, I love her, she's great. And people resonate with that. Like, let's be very clear here. Like, if you're wearing my t-shirt out, you can talk about me. If
Right.
you're going to a door, you can talk about me. And if there's a question they ask, literally, I would tell people all the time, if they ask a question that you do not know and do not answer it, say, I'm going to talk to Victoria, or I will tell her to reach out to you. Do you need contact? And like 9 times out of 10, people didn't care. When they heard that they would talk to me, that was enough for them. That was enough that feedback would get there. And sometimes people reached out and gave me feedback. Sometimes I would do, like I would have to like send emails out, but like 9 times out of 10, I would just get people like just excited to see my staff out there, like my volunteers. And I rewarded my volunteers. Like that was one thing with my campaign. I rewarded them. I took them out to a sushi lunch. Like there were things that I did because I knew that like I couldn't pay every single one of my volunteers, but I wanted to make sure that they felt loved and appreciated for the work they're doing. And it doesn't have to be just going to an event with me. You could just stand with me at an event, like help hand out pamphlets. You could write postcards. Like we had postcard options. We had people sharing my stuff online. If you bare minimum, go share my shit. Like just go share it, go like it, go interact with it. I have 2 years worth of content. You can see exactly who I am. If you're looking at running a campaign, I have a literal list. It tells you step by step what you'll need to set your campaign up. Like I printed it off last night because I was like, let me make sure I have these things. I have like content that is there that doesn't get any traction, but it is there for you so that you have those opportunities. And I think that the boots on the ground and the more opportunities that we have, the more people I have, the more people will know that I exist. Because like my margin was 33%, I think was what my husband's in the chat, like doing that, answering questions. But I got so many votes because of the work I was doing, because I had representation. And that is going to be key in 2026. And we have an opportunity here in 2026 to flip these because Republicans don't turn out in off seasons the same way. So as Democrats and progressives and people in this, we have the opportunity to flip these seats.
I'm glad you said. So you and I have spoken, and again, we'll joke about the fact that we consider ourselves progressives. Most people who aren't connected to politics don't really understand the difference between, or what a progressive is. And it's a broad, just like all voting blocks are not monoliths, right? Where there are variants, there's differences between, corporate Democrats. Not much, but so when you tell people that you're progressive, for the people that are in here, what does that mean to you? What do you want them to know? What do you want people to know what the progressive movement is?
So for me, it's universal health care. It's reproductive freedom. I want to see, like, I ran on a platform of reproductive freedom. That was like one of the biggest things because abortion was on the ballot this year. It was a talking point. It's a hot button topic. But when I said reproductive freedom, I'm not just I want to stop abortions. I don't want that to be an option. And I would talk about this in my campaign. It's like, I want you to have easy access to healthcare. But the other side of that is I want it to be easier for you to have those families, to be in those spaces and have it. So 6 months paid maternity leave, like that to me is that's bare minimum. I would love to see it 9 months to a year because I believe that you deserve time off. Your body's recovering. The magic portal between your legs literally exited a child. You deserve a reward. You deserve a reward.
Yes, indeed.
Paternal leave, making sure that the partner is supported as well, because it's very, very hard to be a partner in those situations. No matter how your tiny human comes to you, you need time to bond with them. I'm talking about things that I put on my platform, or making sure that there's easy access to if you want to breastfeed, making sure you got that. Make sure that formula is an option too, because look, a fed baby is the best kind of baby. We all know that they're tiny crotch goblins for a reason, and we've got to make sure that they're well fed and taken care of, and that shit's hard. There was things like that. It was easier access to foster care, because we want to lift up those situations. We want to make sure that families have the option to adopt if they want to. Adoption is not always easy. That was all under reproductive freedom for me as a progressive candidate. But being a common sense gun candidate, I wanted to make sure that, I represented that, as someone who, I'm an owner, we own guns.
Same.
I wanted to make sure that people understood that I'm taking that on as we have a problem and we want to make sure that we're doing something about it. And I mean, as a progressive, progressive is a newer word for me, because I take political spectrum tests. For those of you who have never taken one, I highly encourage you to do one. I have a whole video about it. If you want to see what my results are, you can see it. And I believe that we should be, as politicians and as candidates, we should be very open about where we are in the political spectrum. So you can go see a video and it will show you, I took 3 different tests, and I do that every year. I do pretty regularly, actually. And then I also take a candidate test for federal elections when it's a presidential race, because I want to know which candidate policy-wise fits the best. I lost my train of thought. Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
This happens a lot as a candidate. Is we're talking about all these topics, and you're a mile a minute, and sure. I can go off on 6 different tangents. So, brain.
That's okay. It's all good. You good? Okay.
Yeah.
So I was just curious about this. We touched on this a little bit, but looking back at your campaign, did you go through the coulda, shoulda, woulda moments? You would have done this differently. You should have done that. You could have paid more attention to that. Did you go through that exercise?
Yeah. I wish time was not on my side. So I announced late. So that's one thing that was really hard. Federal candidates need to be announcing in August or November of this. So I will be announcing I will probably have a campaign launch party in August, or between August and November of this year. We'll host a party. It will be a fundraising event. It will be, people will come to, get to know me, get to hear me speak, see some other people who support me, that kind of thing. So that was a big thing, is time, not being on my side. Being a working candidate, carrying a full-time job with a congressional campaign was a huge undertaking. And that really took away from the opportunity because I was burned out a lot. I was making sure that when I was out, like I would just have those moments where my brain would just go away, and I'm having to talk to constituents and power through that. So like my hope is that this next election cycle that I can not be working so that I can campaign full time, because you can, at a federal level, you can pay yourself through that. And my goal is to pay my baseline bills so that I can just focus on the campaign. There are a couple other things, like I wish I had learned how to speak sooner, because if you were witnessing my earlier speeches, trash, absolute fucking trash. And I apologize to anyone who had to hear me speak like that, because like I was learning how to do it. I was learning how to do it on the fly in real time and getting that feedback as well, because a lot of people had negative feedback, especially in the beginning. There was a lot of pushback to my run for office from Democrats. I actually was not shocked, but it was surprising how many Democrats pushed back against my campaign. And the fact that I was a working class mother, the fact that I had children at home, I got a lot of pushback about that. So those are all things that I've taken away. Learning how to talk to people on the fly, not talking to people like I talk to them on TikTok. That was a hard thing, like showing my personality, but also recognizing my audience, learning those things. Those were lessons that I'm hoping I can take into the next one, and just meet more people.
So there's obviously those things, right? And that's good self-awareness and self-reflection. So I would imagine, women running for public office are going to face more of the same, the toxic masculinity, I'm a traitor to the patriarchy. So would there be any advice that you would give to women that are listening today, or others that are talking, that you're talking to, about, to be honest with them, this is what you potentially are going to face if you're going to run for office? More of the same. Yeah. You're used to it. But what advice might you offer?
You're going to be harassed, and on multiple levels. Women are going to push back on your campaign, especially if you have children. I got a lot of pushback about that. I got a lot of pushback about my husband being at home while I was doing this campaign. I got a lot of pushback. Well, who's going to take care of your children? That kind of thing. As a woman on the campaign trail, having people with me was really important. I actually had a safe sign that was for my staffers, so that they knew if there was someone who was being a little too friendly or a little inappropriate. I had a sign where I would do that sign and they would know, hey, I need to step in. And my campaign manager was very aware of it. My campaign manager is a man. He was very, very instrumental in making sure that I was not in situations where, and he was very aware of it. Being heightened and aware of it, I think, was really good. And I'm really thankful that I had that in there, because I'm a tiny little 5-foot blonde. And as my treasurer says, not bad looking on the eyes. So there are situations that I would get myself into where it can get a little dicey. So, but as a woman, don't be afraid. I know that sounds so counterintuitive, but there are plenty of times where if you have the right people around you, there are people out there that reached out to me watching me go toe to toe with a 6-foot something dude who's screaming in my face about how liberals are the devil. And I did not back down. I was just like, no, that's not appropriate, sir. That's not a thing. You need to not be like this. Just trying to talk him down. And people were impressed. So this side of it too is being those things as a woman, being better represented, having representation outside of that. It is really important. And the more we see that, the more that we'll stop tearing women down for how we're tone policed and talking about actual fucking policy. I got tone policed yesterday after my interaction with OM. I was just I'm like, what, you want to tone police me? That's all this is? I love that for you. And it was a woman. And understand that women are probably going to be your biggest and hardest critic, and that's okay. Like, we need to understand what we're doing, and it's not always fun, but like, my negative interactions with people, my negative interactions with constituents are much smaller than the positive interactions, the hugs that I get, the thank yous that I get, and the proof that I got. Like, those same people who were criticizing me in the beginning of my campaign, legitimately at the end of the campaign were like in tears talking about how they didn't think I could do it, and they were so impressed that I did. And I won their vote. I won their heart in that way. And, you know, Democrats fall in love, and they fell in love in that. And it was really fun.
It's true. Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. It's so true. So you touched briefly, Victoria, on timing. Like, you, in hindsight, you wish you would have had more time. So could you talk people through, you know, if it were optimal, when you would decide to run, you know, when you would submit your, again, state specific, it might be a little bit different, but at the federal level, since you're running for federal office, what's the optimal time to have all your paperwork filed, all those types of things?
So your petitions for filing are in, so my petition to run for office won't be done until 2026. So that will be due, I think it's like April 1st is like when it's due in Tennessee. Now you'll have to check with your state election commission, and they'll have all the dates that you need to hit. Now for a federal campaign, you need to be announcing in August or November. Because you need that time. Now you can announce
the year prior, right? So
yeah,
gotcha.
So I will be announcing in 2025 August. I've already announced, because I basically said the day after the election I'm going to run again because I enjoyed it. I didn't think that I would fall in love with doing this. I want to move into politics, but I will be announcing this year, August, or between August and November of 2025. So I've got time to raise some money so that I can host a party. Got some time to kind of just buffer and like kind of like coast in neutral a little bit. I can do some more work, but I can take a little bit of a break. State candidates, if you're wanting to run, you can start announcing. You can announce as early as November if you're wanting to. Time being on your side, the more time you have to get in those presents and whatnot, and be in, go to county party meetings, and go to the events, go to the Obama Mamas is one of the groups that I attended. They do a garden lunch. I raised over $1,000 one day just going to their luncheon and speaking and just meeting with constituents. So those are opportunities. Your petition, you'll pull your petition. I talk about this in my video of like what that requires for you. Your state will tell you how many signatures you need, but you'll have to do that at some point throughout that time, and it's due in Tennessee. It's due in like April. So petitions you'll pull like March. You'll pull your petition. You'll have about a month, and then you get your petition in. And based on if you're a federal campaign, you might have to send that off to the state. If you're a state campaign, you'll have to send it to each individual county party or county election commission. And the reason I say time is you're going to need time to build momentum around your campaign. So like, I didn't officially get my campaign off the ground until May of 2024.
Right.
Whereas Gloria Johnson had already started in August of 2023. So like, that's a long time to get that rolling. She raised a couple $1 million, whereas I only raised 100,000. And I didn't really get fundraising until mid-June. And that's when I was able to start paying people and buying things and getting signs and all those things. So time is a huge commodity for an election cycle. The way our elections are strategically made is it's harder, and the time, you have a lot of time to build on it. So if you're looking at running, if you're considering running, or if you want to just follow the politics around, come August of this year, you need to start looking to see who's announced who's running, and can start watching those parties. Your county party will be a good person, because we're going to be starting to vet candidates as they go. And then your state party will also vet federal candidates, that kind of thing. And then going into 2026, by end of January, you need to be starting to pay attention, because all those candidates are going to start announcing. All those candidates are going to start hosting events, going to events, and this is where you're going to start seeing them at your county party meetings for coffee in the morning. You're going to start seeing them hosting like fundraisers where one of the county parties does a Jack Daniels, or not Jack Daniels, a George Dickel thing where you meet on, it's like porch talks or something, and
Cool.
everyone goes and walk. Yeah, it's super cool.
Yeah.
It's my favorite bourbon, so like I'm down. They also do one at a winery. Like I go to like the winery or brewery, and I went to events for that. Like you're going to start seeing those events take place, and they're going to be opportunities for you to meet them. And a reason that you want to be involved with your local county parties or even involved with the campaign is you'll get to meet those decision makers. People who were actively with my campaign got to meet Gloria Johnson regularly. People who are actively in my campaign, like with my campaign, they got to say, they got to meet people. Like my brother got to meet Jamie Raskin because my brother was actually instrumental in making sure I got to meet Jamie Raskin because it was the end of a night and we're all not just tired, but toasty. And he stopped him in the door to be like, this is my sister. Like he was just like, this is my sister. He got the contact card, all the things, and like was instrumental in me getting to meet him. So you get to do these really cool things. And the closer you are to those campaigns, the closer you are to those things, you get to go to events that you wouldn't have necessarily been able to be able. And it's a great way to meet people. It's a great way to know what Democrats are. I've met some fantastic people I've become very good friends with. And you get to, just see how a campaign runs and get to know your candidate, because the more you know your candidate, the more you're going to fall in love. Or you're going to say, maybe this person isn't for me.
Sure.
It really just depends on the candidate, really just depends on, what you're looking for in a candidate. So I feel like I got some loyal people. I didn't piss off as many people as I piss off on the internet, but here we are.
I'm not sure that's possible, quite frankly, but that's a different conversation. Somebody's requested, I'll bring up Mama Mary, and then I have a couple more questions for you. You good to hang for a little bit?
Oh yeah, no,
Awesome.
I'm good. I've got a whole other hour.
They must have left. Okay, so can we talk about gerrymandering a little bit, Victoria?
God, yeah.
So I think most people know, what it is, but I don't think people really understand the impact on congressional races in particular.
Yeah. So for those of you who don't know how gerrymander, Tennessee is a great representation of what happens when we gerrymander. So Nashville is our state capital, and it is in three different congressional districts. So it is literally split into three congressional districts. Now, Nashville was solidly blue and has been solidly blue, but the way that they've now gerrymandered the district is that you can live across the street from your neighbor and be in a different congressional district, which I think is incredibly wrong. Mm-hmm. Because my district doesn't touch a big major city. I don't have Chattanooga, I don't have Nashville, I don't touch Knoxville, and I don't touch Memphis. So that makes it really hard for Democrats, one, to feel seen, and two, it makes it harder for candidates to get those footholds. So like a Democratic candidate in my district, my district, District 4, used to be blue, and was blue until 2012. Until they gerrymandered it, and it ended up flipping to Scott Desjardins as now our congressional candidate or representative. So what you'll see with these, and the way they do it, is they try to shore up red districts. So like my district is a red district now. It wasn't historically. There are plenty of Democrats here. There are plenty of Democrats that want to be seen. But the way gerrymandering works is it means that they can hold on to those seats. So if you don't show up as a voter because you think that you're in a red district and you're like, my vote doesn't count, blah, 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 you're helping feed that district. Because if I flip this district, I can guarantee you, they will gerrymander me out of it. They will gerrymander the district again if I am able to flip this district. Because he's been in power now for 14 years. He doesn't do town halls. He doesn't come out and meet. He went to 2 events in the election cycle where it was only friendlies, and it was high dollars. So like for comparison purposes, he only got $2,000 in small dollar donations for his campaign and he made a couple million. Whereas 90% of my donations were small dollar donations, and I raised just over $100,000. So put that in comparison. That means that I'm reaching out to the voter. I'm talking to you. And what the gerrymander is going to allow him to do is continue to hold this district and doing effectively nothing for the constituents. He doesn't talk to constituents. He has been caught in closed door sessions saying that if he speaks to voters, he loses votes. So he doesn't speak to people. I guess I should talk a little bit about my opponent. For those of you, if you haven't heard, Scott Desjardins is a 14-year incumbent, but in his divorce records, it came out that he pulled a pew-pew on his wife and forced her to get an abortion. He also forced 2 mistresses to get abortions, one of which they had to drive out of state. He was known for trading medicine, because he's a doctor, trading medicine for those relations. He was like, here's this medicine, but I need to be serviced. And he lost his medical license because of it. He is a Freedom Caucus member. He's on the Agricultural Committee, and speaks out against immigration, but also supports our, hiring undocumented immigrants to work and wants to, do that. The only difference between him and Marjorie Taylor Greene is he just coasts in neutral. And doesn't say anything loud. But if you do go see what he says, you can go over on Twitter or X and see what he says. And he doesn't give a shit. I don't know people. I know a few people that know him, but that's just because we're proximity of working the district and talking to Republicans as well. So for those of you who are, back to the gerrymandering, Tennessee is very gerrymandered. And what you'll see in 2026, if we flip districts, since we're going to flip districts, is they're going to gerrymander it again. And we have to push back against that, because that is, if I win this district being a red district, that's a huge feat. And it's going to be a huge blow for the Republican Party. And that is something that we need to be doing. We need to show that voters are over it, and
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, those gerrymanders, those redistricting, it's not even technically redistricting, it's gerrymandering. That happens at the state house level. So that's why it's important to run for state office, whether it be your state assembly, your state house, your state senate, because that's where those lines are drawn. And it's not that Democrats haven't gerrymandered in the past, but it is the political strategy of the Republican Party. So Victoria's example is a perfect one, right? You've got this 14-year incumbent who doesn't service his district. They create the map so that it stays safely red. A person with that level of corruption in their past continues to get elected because the voice of people who'd want to vote him out is not being heard. So, if you want to make changes in your districts, if you don't like the way the maps are drawn, then you got to run for office.
Go
ahead.
I want to add here. So one of the things that came out, so there's 3 districts that represent Nashville. And the thing that we kept trying to push to those rural voters is, if every rural voter, Democratic voter, came out and voted, we could keep those districts and make them blue, and Nashville could stay blue. But because of the way it's gerrymandered, rural voters feel disenfranchised. I am a Democrat in a small county here in Tennessee, and I don't feel seen 95% of the time. In fact, as a progressive, I've always voted Democrat because it's the public transportation that gets me closest to where I'm going.
Right.
And reminding people that voting is crucial. Voting they're going to make it harder. That's going to be a part of this. If more Democrats vote, they're going to make it harder for Democrats to vote. That's just how it is. Republicans can't win on policy, but they can win on gerrymandering and changing the rules. They've done that. And Tennessee is a great example of how they've gerrymandered us into a supermajority, and how they can continue to push back and make it so that we're less represented in office and less represented in the state house, which means also federally we're less represented, because Tennessee is not a red state. It's actually purple. You just don't know it because Democrats don't show up to vote and Republicans have gerrymandered it to hell and back.
I just sadly got a bit of a capitalism emergency that I need to address. So before we end, sadly, sorry folks, have to end a little early today, but before we do end, Victoria, what would you like to say? I mean, what would your message be to people? And first of all, thank you so much for doing this. I know I'm so grateful for you taking the time to do this. I know you got a lot going on, so I'm grateful on behalf of everybody here. So
I'm glad you shared your platform and things.
Yes, exactly. What would you like to say? What would you like to tell people?
Well, firstly, Jared, I'm going to call you out. Yeah, we need to be better at that. But are you going to actually listen to the message, or are you just going to bitch and moan in the comments? Because, yeah, that's the part. That probably was a little harsher than I admitted to. But here's the thing. With that mentality, as we go into this election cycle, we need to understand that Democrats aren't going to speak to us. Not every single thing I'm going to say is going to resonate with every progressive or every Democrat, period, end of story. And if we want that messaging to work, we have to not lower the bar. We need to be cognizant of our stuff. Yeah, Jared, sorry, I called you out in a weird, real way. Love you, buddy. Thank you. But I want to say this because this is a really important, what you're saying is actually true. I hear so many Democrats say, they don't talk to me. They don't talk to me. Stop being entitled. Don't be entitled. Take your ego out of this. This is a public transportation. We're hopping on a fucking bus and we're doing the thing. I'm not going to speak to every single thing. And I'm going to have to, when I'm in office, I'm going to have to maybe compromise a bit on some of these things. But the goal is to win and to get it better for everyone. And I think that mentality for Democrats, for the 560 people in here, is going to be crucial. You need to be cognizant of that. We need to be cognizant of how we hold our representatives accountable. Democrats are always going to hold our representatives way more accountable than Republicans. Democrats put it here, Republicans put it on the floor and hug the fuck out of it. We need to be cognizant of how we hold our thing. I'm not going to be perfect. Jasmine Crockett's not going to be perfect. AOC is not going to be perfect. Bernie's not going to be perfect. Jamie Rath, all these people are not going to be perfect. But our goal is to get elected and get in these offices. So please, please, please get involved. Do the thing. I've got videos on it. Please, please, please be cognizant of your ego and your entitlement in this process, because it's not going to look perfect. And we are in for a long haul, guys. This is not going to be fixed in 4 years. It is not going to be an easy road. So if you can stand at my side, that's going to be better. And I hope that today you feel empowered to go and do something. Just pick one thing and fight like hell. And you might pick 6 more things later on. But if you pick that one thing, we'll be good. I think that's all I want to say on that. Again, I'm Victoria Bradrick. I'm running for Congress in Tennessee's District 4. Go check out my videos. Go check out my content. We've got all of that. Interact. You can help us candidates by interacting with our content, sharing, whatever. If you can donate, great. If you can't donate your social media time. Go like and make my fucking videos go viral. Go interact with those things.
Seriously.
That's how we make a change. If I can get on a national platform where I'm not just going up on Michael Cohen's lives or, going up on these other creators' lives, and I can get on the national, where Jasmine Crockett is talking about me and Bernie Sanders is talking, that is going to be crucial. Those things are going to be crucial. And that is so important for us and so important for this next election cycle. Is if you want to see change, people like me need to be making national news. So you can just call your local news media and be like, hey, have you heard about Victoria Bradrick? Do that. It's just little things that you can do to push back and give a nice little middle finger to the establishment, because I like a good middle finger to the establishment. I am not a big government person, and we can make change. We can make change, guys. We can do this together.
I love that because, like you said before, the entitlement of the left has cost us too many elections. In the constant quest for perfection, you miss out on the good, right? So, if anybody's learned anything this morning, it's like just the first step is always the hardest. Get involved, volunteer, contact your state party, go to a school board meeting, go to a city council meeting, just do something, get involved to make a difference. Victoria, my friend, thank you so very much for spending some time with us today. Everybody, appreciate y'all. Last plug for if you've not yet subscribed to my YouTube channel, please do that. Please consider going to the FactsStillMatter.site or to the Facts HQ. Subscribe there. Thank you everybody for being here. We're gonna raid Knitting Cult Lady. Everybody knows Daniela. We're gonna raid her. Tell her we said hi. Thank you again, Victoria. Thank you, Mod.